Oh, don't dial up. Dial back up. Ready. Okay, no, okay.
Could I have your attention, please? This special meeting of the Board of School Directors will please come to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Garcia.
Present.
Director Gokul has asked to be excused. Director Jackson.
Present.
Director Leonard.
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Here.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Zombor has asked to be excused. And President Herndon.
Present.
That's 6 members present.
The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so, and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnick rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwa, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohegan sovereign nations remain present to this day. This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. In order to allow as much public access and participation as possible, this meeting is also being broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 and via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799. Nuevamente, 312-626-6799. E introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
Thank you. As indicated in the notice, we will be having a public hearing on 2 items, the communication from DPI and the fiscal year 25 budget. If you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker slip and bring it to our secretary, Ms. Koala. Virtual speakers are asked to remain on the platform until you're called upon. After speaking, virtual speakers may follow the rest of the meeting using the broadcast information previously mentioned. When you're called upon to speak, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. For the sake of fairness and to give everyone a chance to speak, the chair reserves the right to limit the length of time allowed to any one speaker. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Send this testimony to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rule of Order dictate that all comments should be directed to the chair. Also, any questions or requests, including those from the public, committee members, or the administration, are to be directed toward the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in such harassing or intimidating words or actions will be immediately asked to cease. If such behavior continues, a recess will be called and the offending parties will be removed from the building. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. The individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. Now let's begin, Madam Secretary. Item 1.
Item 1 is an update on communication from the Department of Public Instruction relative to district funding, the report on the selection of an outside financial consultant. This is an informational item. Although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Chasen.
Thank you, President Herndon. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. Wanted to provide an update on the selection. President Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. I wanted to provide an update on the selection of an outside financial professional who could provide the expertise to help us navigate and correct the financial conditions that were noted in the DPI letter. I'm happy to report that we have retained the services of Mr. Todd Gray. He sits next to me this evening. Mr. Ray comes with a long list of credentials to help navigate this. He is a licensed certified public accountant in the state of Wisconsin. He holds dual masters from the University of Whitewater in both accounting and school business administration, and he has his PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in educational leadership and policy analysis. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gray to provide a little bit more of his experience and background.
Thank you, Matt. This is my 40th year in education with 7 years in public accounting. Looking forward to helping with this challenge. I know nothing is ever insurmountable, and that my goal is to make sure we get this cleared up as soon as possible.
It's on. Okay, here we go. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Simpson.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Gray for stepping in to support us. Yeah, it's on, I think. I just wanted to thank Mr. Gray for stepping in to support us and help us navigate through this, and appreciate Matt Chasen and your work to acquire his services to the district. I think it's the public is just looking for transparency and speedy action. So I appreciate that you're here helping us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
$100 million was missing and get hiding.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
Madam Secretary, Madam President, the next two items are the public hearing items on tonight's agenda. If I may read them both. Item 2 is public hearing on communication from the Department of Public Instruction relative to district funding. Item 3 is a public hearing on the 2024-25 superintendent's proposed budget. The board will give public hearing on these two items. No action will be taken tonight.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. For the sake of efficiency, I will accept a motion to consider these items as one hearing. Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
So moved.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Director Garcia. Is there any further discussion?
Why can't the community testify on both items separately? That limits our
Will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director O'Halloran to consider items 2 and 3 as one public hearing, Director Garcia.
We the people
Aye.
have the control of the
Director Jackson.
Separate the items.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes. The motion passes.
It's a violation. Violation, you have no control. We the people have the control over you.
Madam Secretary, do we have any speaker slips?
We do.
You have no right.
We did have some individuals who initially signed up to speak virtually. I'm advised by technology that no one is on the online platform right now, so perhaps we could go to the in-person speakers and then try again to see if any virtual speakers have joined.
Not change
Thank
the
you.
agenda at a meeting.
Director Simpson.
At 4 hours' notice.
Just a point of clarification, Ms. Koala. So on the speaker slip, you have to put down which item you want to speak on. So if someone turns in a speaker slip for number 2 and then again for number 3, they can speak twice?
At the same time, yes.
Or at
They
the
can-
same time. Okay.
However they wish to speak.
So I don't know if everybody could hear her response. Secretary Koala, could you just explain how they can still testify on both items?
Yes, Madam President, members, you have just combined your 2 public hearing items into one, so people can speak about whichever or both items that were slated for public hearing tonight.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll get started. The first speaker is Sarah Guntner.
District 4 doesn't have representation. The 6-5 board director is not here.
Could you say your first name, spell your last name, please?
Sarah Grutner, Gruettner. We are here tonight because of the blatant disregard that this administration and school board continues to have for the staff, students, families of MPS, and the community members. This board lied last Thursday when you said you had no knowledge of these documents being 8+ months behind. Where's Vice President? I have some questions for her. Why won't she go on record about when you knew? You know MPS is failing our students again, and you say nothing, you do nothing. At what point are you going to admit to lying to this community, being disingenuous about the cuts being made, while asking this community to continue to fund your foolishness? In my role in MPS, I don't get to be 8+ months behind on anything I do. I would have been walked out. I would have lost my license. How dare you sit here and say nothing to the people, Posley? Posley and the financial department need to be fired immediately. Walk him out tonight. Being short-staffed is no excuse for anything. Every teacher, every nurse, every social worker, psychologist, trauma specialist, we are short-staffed. And guess what? We get told to suck it up and do our jobs anyway. We get told to cover positions, cover classes. I do multiple things in my building because we don't have the staff to cover. Come on now. Teachers, nurses, CHAs, kitchen staff, psychs, social workers are all short-staffed. You know the positions, Posley, that you're trying to cut with your budget, those positions that you're calling central office positions, I work in a building. I don't work here. I don't get paid 6 figures to sit on my ass and do nothing. This budget should not even be under consideration until those positions are reinstated. Posley, financial department, and CO is starting to get walked out of here. Those six-figure budgets, Those will save us money. Those will put people in the buildings. Those will help the students. Where is central office? They're not in our buildings. They're not covering classes. They're not taking care of students. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you. Peggy Swift. Peggy Swift.
And he's not.
The only destroyed in that school district that he moved from. We know how you go.
Excuse me, excuse me. If you want to hear the recess, please clear the stage. Recess, clear the stage. Clear the stage.
Not yet. Madam President, we're back on the air.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Swift.
My name is Peggy
Swift, I want to thank the board this evening for giving me an opportunity to speak. I commend you for wanting to hear from the public. But what exactly do you want to hear? You released a letter without context, let a small crowd represent the entire district and city disruptively with insults, profanity, and attacks, and all without facts being shared that would allow the community, at the very least, draw an informed conclusion. So again, what is it you want to hear? I can tell you what I want to hear. I want to hear who all was involved in this process, because I would guess there would be auditors involved in completing the reports. I highly doubt that the superintendent himself had to do the financial statements. I would further assume DPI has an obligation to work collectively with a representative team from MPS to get the job done. So I ask, who or what is being covered? Is it DPI, the Office of Accountability and Efficacy, auditors, the board? Because you cannot make me believe that an individual is solely responsible for the late submissions of this information. I will close by saying, stop sacrificing individuals to cover systematic problems. This letter should have been made by you, the board, who want to correct the submission issue and look at your procedures and communications. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Tamika Johnson.
How you guys doing?
Thank you. Please say your first name, spell
Tamika-
your last name. Thank
Dr.
you.
Tamika Johnson, Johnson. I am here today to address the serious concerns surrounding the gross mismanagement, fiscal irresponsibility, lack of transparency, and deceitful leadership within Milwaukee Public Schools, particularly involving not only the superintendent, because I don't think we should throw him only under the bus, but as well as hold the school board accountable. Despite receiving a $252 million referendum, which increased city taxes and property assessment values, our school district is failing to meet the requirements set by the Department of Public Instruction. The gross mismanagement jeopardizes not only our state funding, but also the funding of our district. Moreover, the board has shown a shocking disregard for transparency and accountability. Despite repeated findings of falsified information and mismanagement of federal and state funding, including in transportation and special education, the board has approved salary increases and contract extensions for top administrators without addressing the underlying issue, failing to provide thorough evaluations and performance reviews for those staff. This is a betrayal of the trust placed in you by the residents of Milwaukee. To know that DPI waited to release this information to the public less than 2 months after the passing of the $252 million referendum, and considering the spokesperson who spoke out about the issue and who serves as the current executive director of DPI is the same individual who has donated to many of the Milwaukee board members' campaigns and have even represented many of you as a former consultant of Nation Consulting during the campaign. It's not a coincidence and shows that MPS malfeasance and ineptness has been covered up by all the powers that be for far too long and needs to be thoroughly and accurately investigated. It is clear that the current leadership is not acting in the best interest of our students, staff, and community. I urge the community and the powers that be to take immediate action to restore integrity to this institution. This must include not only the termination of superintendent and the resignation of the current director, as every superintendent, as everyone is screaming, but the Milwaukee Board of School Directors should be held accountable just as equal as Keith Posey. It is time for educational needs of our students. Thank you, guys.
Next, Amanda McElhone.
Good evening. My name is Amanda McElhone, MCILHONE. Tonight I'm here to discuss the gross incompetence that was publicly displayed last week. Let's be real. Anyone working in this district has known about the gross incompetence of this administration for roughly 6 years. What I cannot understand is how you didn't, and in fact rewarded poor achievement year after year after year after year. When I was accused of being sad at work after I literally dropped dead on the floor in January, I was walked out of my job for 9 days, unpaid, and I didn't cost the district tens of millions of dollars. So imagine my surprise when this hit the fan last week, and here we have a superintendent smirking at the community, at their frustration and their anger at your gross incompetence and inability to manage this administration. The simple fact that Keith Posley and anyone in this finance department is sitting on this stage is gross, a slap in the face to this community, the staff, and most importantly, the babies that we stand in front of every single day. You need to do something tonight.
But we won't let them use Keith Posley as a scapegoat. All of them need to be.
The next person, excuse me, the next individual to speak is Elizabeth Brown. Elizabeth Brown. I'm going to call the next person. I will set Elizabeth Brown aside. Next would be Celeste Chapman. Following her will be Erica Hunt.
They don't know.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Elizabeth Brown, and I'm here, again, a concerned citizen of the failure not only of this board, Keith Posley, the head. I don't understand how y'all making closed sessions. It wasn't closed when y'all was asking for our tax dollars. I'm trying to understand as a board, and especially Keith Posley, because you've been in the system 21 years. We know the malfeasance that's happening not only with you, but this city in totality. All the bootlickers and the code switchers. Every last one of y'all that's getting paid. 8 months of the paperwork not being done when you got rid of Aisha Carr. We can't go without paying our rent or our mortgage for 8 months without getting evicted. At the end of the day, anybody who can stand next to you and anybody else that's smiling while our children are suffering, you deserve, not only every last one of y'all need to be fired, because at the end of the day, our children are failing. And so everybody, every last one of y'all board members who claim you didn't know, you should have known, because that's your damn job to know. So in reality, Keith Posley, we shouldn't have to fire you or ask you to leave. You should have been gone. Due to the facts that this buddy system in Milwaukee of all you bootlickers and code switchers. At the end of the day, all of these people that's standing for you, they just as guilty as you is. And at the end of the day, if you really want to know, we want you gone. No more playing games. Say bye-bye to the bad guy and this whole damn board, because all of y'all failed our children.
Celeste Chapman, Erica Hunt.
Are you smoking now? Where your people at?
Say that. How you doing? My name is Erica Hunt, and my last name is spelled H-U-N-T. I showed up today as a concerned parent. I've heard many words like intimidation and accountability be spilled out onto this floor today from both sides. Well, I would like to talk about the accountability of feeding our children, 1, and 2, protecting our children in the workplace. Your money is going towards teachers who are seat fillers. And if you don't know what a seat filler is, it's someone who is not qualified for the position, but yet holds that position. And my children in your schools call them bully bosses. Bully teachers are holding seats that you are using taxpayers' money to pay for. It's not okay. Our children are opened up to mental, physical, and sometimes verbal abuse. It's not okay. My daughter stood up for her classmates when she spoke about the bully teacher that agreed and verbally told the children, I will slap the shit out of you. And when she acted on it, the teacher told her to lie, and she told the truth. She started to use intimidating tactics that I see in the workplace of major corporations to identify who told on her. And when she identified that my child told on her, she also used the let me pay you method. Let me offer you treats to buy your silence. Well, she knows who her mama is. And her mama taught her one thing, to tell the truth and to take care of others. And that's what I learned from my church. That is also your leadership. We sat in the same congregation and we have worship to the same God. And when we talking about protecting children, that teacher made good on her threat. She slapped the child. I took the process and sent out the emails and everything. No one has called me back. You know what they did? Instead of calling me back, they banned me from the school. I have 2 other children who failed during COVID, and now they have reached a great level in that school because of their great teachers. But my overachiever is risking her academic achievement because of her teacher. And then instead of correcting the teacher and holding her accountable for the intimidation tactics that she used in her class, that you asked us not to use in your workplace, they moved my baby into a higher population class, putting the workload on teachers who just spoke and said, we're tired of taking the extra slack. I think my 2 minutes is up.
Celeste Chapman, Cheryl Janziak.
Wait, look at the shirt.
Excuse me, we have an
Angela
extended
Harris.
list of speakers that we need to get
Angela
through
Harris,
first.
Harris, Chair of the Black Educators Caucus.
Excuse me, Ms. Harris, just a minute. Okay, I was looking for your slip.
No, she just yielded her time to me. She said she yielded her time to Angela Harris.
Okay, but I'm just saying that I was looking for your speaker slip as well.
But you don't need to do that. She
Yeah.
yielded her time to me, and I...
Is that Ms. Janziak? Excuse me, is that Ms. Janziak, is it? Yes. Okay, go ahead, please.
Angela Harris, Harris. Trust is essential. Trust is the glue of life. Trust is fundamental, reciprocal, and pervasive. If it is present, anything is possible. Trust is fragile. Trust takes years to build, seconds to break, and forever to repair. Trust is about actions. Trust is not simply about believing someone's words. It's about relying on their actions. Trust is about leadership. Trust is the essence of leadership and the glue that holds all relationships together, including the relationship between the leader and the led. Trust alone is based on integrity. At last week's board meeting, Matthew Chasen stated the trust between the district and community had been shattered. His exact words.
It is time for the board and district administration to rebuild the trust that they have shattered. First and foremost, the police need to be immediately removed. This is a public meeting where everyone here has a right to be upset and poses no threat to you or anyone else. We are here for respectability politics. We are here for respectability politics, or to uphold white supremacy, or to kiss anyone's ass. We are here for the students and the community. Finally, we ask that you meet our following demands. Immediate removal of Superintendent Keith Posley as the superintendent of Milwaukee Public Schools, and a review of his administrative leadership team, including qualifications for their current role, current credentials, and experience related to the current positions they hold with proven outcomes. Jennifer Mims Holliday, Chief Academic Officer. Paulette Chambers, Chief of Staff. Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. Adria D. Matalini, Chief Human Resources Officer. We need to establish a community coalition to assist in the hiring process of the new superintendent. Change administrative policy to create a performance evaluation tool for the superintendent of Milwaukee Public Schools that includes feedback from staff, students, and community. Conduct an equity audit to be conducted by an external auditor who has demonstrated experience in supporting large educational systems. Improve the funding formula at the school level to move from pupil-based to equity-based allocation. Change board policy to eliminate the oppressive board governing structure of Robert's Rules of Order, and in its place, a consensus-based model that truly allows for community input and feedback.
Scott Spiker. Here.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board.
Excuse me, could you spell your last name?
Sure
State your
thing.
first name.
Alderman Scott Spiker, S-P-I-K-E-R. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I think, and I'm not going to speak or try to for the folks behind me, but I think what folks are here for is accountability. I think the fear, though, and by combining items 2 and 3, there might not be that accountability. It does feel as if there was Dr. Posley, who in full disclosure I know, and is a good man. Let me continue. Will be scapegoated, I fear, tonight. But he is not without responsibility, because the financial house was not in order. And where I come from at the city, you hold somebody responsible for that. But as a council member, I would be remiss if I didn't hold myself responsible as well. And so I say this to among friends on the board here, you are responsible for oversight, and I'm sure you're aware of it now. I'm sure this room is making you painfully aware of it right now. But the matter is, if we only get involved when there is a crisis, there will never be true change. There will never be reform. And it's what is direly needed here, and what our kids, as everyone knows, deeply deserve. If the board takes the motion tonight to fire Dr. Posley, then there's a very strong temptation to say the work is done. I'm not sure, I make no judgment about that first decision, but the board itself is accountable, and the electorate is ultimately accountable. We all answer to the electorate. So if we all become engaged during moments of crisis and then seep back into the background, there will never be change. And this is the secret of every bureaucracy I have ever met. Outwait the people. Wait until they tire and they think they have no ability to change things, and they'll drift into the background. I would urge you not to take that very tempting step this evening. I would urge you to commit to double down on a reform agenda there's $252 million that were voted on that would not have been voted. The vote would have been very different had the state not decided to keep its mouth conspicuously silent before the vote was cast. Regardless, even if the news had been met and the item was voted down, we would be looking at horrific cuts tonight. What I think most people want is not those cuts, but what they don't want is business as usual. They want reform. The money provides, there was almost $1 billion in ESSER funds. There was 87 million, 84 million 3 years ago. There's 270 or 252 million now. At some point, we have the funds, we just need the ideas to implement. Thank you.
Harrison Kern. Rashida Rogers.
All right, yes.
Good evening. My name is Rashida. Last name is Rogers. First of all, I want to thank you, Director Jackson, for having the courage to admit that the board was negligent and the administration and how operations, communications, and financial decisions are being made and handled by the board and the administration. Secondly, everything that I'm going to say following this is not a sole indictment of any of you, because I'm a believer that parents and families are also to accept some onus for the concerns that I'm about to address. And the other thing is that I think it's very inappropriate that any board members were allowed to be excused from this meeting. Everybody should be here. So I have a background in human resources. I currently work as a recruiter. Okay, I've worked at large companies, I've worked at non-for-profit organizations, I've worked at private companies. And what I've noticed is a common thread among graduates from MPS that I review resumes for and do interviews with. And unfortunately, this has become one of the most disheartening parts of my day, because most of these applicants have very basic reading, writing, and comprehension skills. Many of them lacked marketable job skills or work experience to be competitive with their peers. Many of them have emotional issues or trauma that prevent them from performing well on the job or maintaining employment, which often leads to getting stuck in low-wage positions that do not provide upward mobility or force them to turn to crime, which Judge Lena Taylor addressed a few weeks ago at the previous board meeting. So a portion of my time with them is spent coaching them and mentoring them to hopefully give them a leg up so they can be more competitive in the job market, with the hopes of deterring them from entering the prison pipeline. Because if they don't have work, that's probably going to be the only recourse that a lot of them have. So giving credit where credit is due, there are many students who come out of MPS and go on to become productive contributors to and successful members of society. However, I'm a believer that if we fail one, we fail all.
Your time is up. That's why it cut off. Excuse me, ma'am. If we extend the time, we'll never get through all of these speakers tonight, but I appreciate what you had to say. Maria Penager.
We need some kind of motion because you combine
Panziet Hart.
things on the agenda. Somebody, give more time.
My name is Maria Penager, Penager. Madam President, directors, Superintendent Posley, I'm a parent. I am a parent of students who I've had to fight tooth and nail in this district through racist, bully teachers to get them through so that my children were like, Mom, don't come to school because the teachers don't like you. But I will say this, we did it. We recently moved about 4 years ago. We stayed in this district because we believed in you. I could have moved 3 blocks down into Wauwatosa. But I said, that's not going to be any better because I believe in MPS. There are teachers and there are administrators who care for my students. Do you want to know where my daughter is right now? She is at home studying. Why? Because you mismanaged funds and because every 12th grader, moving in, rising 12th grader, has to study during the summer because you changed the district timetable. So now you have all these students who have to study during the summer now, and what they have to do is at the end of the school year when the test scores are down because they did not receive the information they were supposed to for those tests. There's gross mismanagement. We believed in you, but we no longer believe in you. And so what we will do is when election time comes, you will not have your job. And respectfully, Superintendent Posley, you are a good man, but you did not represent us well and move our district through. So I say this, because my daughter, you sacrificed the highest performing schools in the district because you mismanaged transportation funds. It was 2 weeks. So I say to you respectfully, we need transparency. I petitioned my neighbors and my friends and my sorority members to vote for that referendum for you without even a clear idea of what it was because I believed in you, but that is no longer the case. So all of these parents in here that have students no longer believe in you. So we need some help. And we can't leave the district because if we left the district, our students lose their GPA. My students do very well, but they lose their GPA, they lose their standing, and they lose their classes. So I respectfully submit a vote of no confidence in each and every one of you because if I fight as a parent, if I sit and do homework, if I go to the teachers and get extra work, and if I do those things, you're asking me to be a present parent? You tell me every time we need present parents, I do it. What are you doing? Wow. Don't ban the present parents. Thank you.
Panziet Hart.
Hello, my name is Panziet Hart. My name is Panziet Hart, H-A-R-T. I came today with a speech, but I left it at home because I didn't sign up in time, but I found out I could. So I'm going to go off the top of my head and say what I feel. I'm not as diplomatic as some of the people in here, so excuse me if I'm a little uncouth, so to speak. But I'm a parent. I'm a parent who volunteers often. I support my teachers. I'm giving them gift cards. I'm giving them Starbucks cards just to say thank you because I know I've been in the classroom. I've volunteered in the library. I volunteer for every event I can. I talk to the teachers and the principals and the staff, and I know the shortages, and I know what's going on. And the last time I came to one of these meetings, it's been so long, but I felt like you, the board, talk down to people. You don't make it a welcoming environment for families to join and for parents like me to join who are active and engaged. I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing complaints from the parents and the teachers and everyone and myself.
Kenneth Posley, you were, or Kenny, what kind of, Keith. And maybe me mispronouncing his name shows how often or not often he's in our schools, right? Sorry, but not sorry. I haven't seen you, sir. I know that administrative services in your administration need to be investigated. I don't understand where all the money has went to. That lack of transparency has me and others and taxpayers I talk to on the street that say they don't trust you. And I used to try to say, oh, maybe, but this time I can't. Some of you board members I have met before, such as Leonard, I thought you were a nice guy. But I cannot say that I believe ignorance is excusable here. So if you were ignorant, sir, you should be held accountable and go with the sinking ship like the Titanic and the rest of your crew. With all due respect. My action is, if Governor Evers is listening to this cast, that he step in. I think we are waving the white flag here, or at least I am in our family. I don't think that anyone here is capable of helping manage MPS any longer, and we at least need a third-party system to cover the loopholes, the issues, the whatever else y'all got going on that we don't know about. So I'm not educated about the processes, as you can tell, but I am knowledgeable enough that something is fishy here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dawn Zant, followed by Ingrid Walker Henry. State your first name, spell your last name, please.
Dawn Zant, Z-A-N-D-T.
Thank you.
MPS's current issues are visibly making the district look like it's imploding. As I mentioned some of the issues, I'm also thinking about the known overall lack of student academic success and graduation rates too. This is what I know as an outsider looking in. The spring referendum lacked a thorough communication plan and vision. Mr. Posley says closing schools or selling buildings that sit vacant do not save money. There is abuse and improper supervision of students in Head Start and late financial reports to the DPI. All of this is unacceptable. The failures outweigh the successes. The incompetence makes transparent what is or isn't going on in the district. I implore you, the board, to take action, as we cannot trust the current state of MPS or the superintendent moving forward. We need quality and accountability. As a resident, a parent of 3 MPS graduates, mother of an MPS educator, grandmother of grandchildren soon to come to MPS, and a career educator of 30 years, 20 of which was in administration, I offer 2 recommendations. One, you've already taken action on, and I'm thankful that you're going to have an audit with Mr. Gray. 2, secure a team of stakeholders, superintendents, and administrators from districts in Milwaukee County who educate successfully students with similar demographics and allow them to do an audit of MPS, of the administration, staffing, enrollment, buildings, and systems. This team can then make a recommendation to the school board on any waste and determine what steps are necessary for MPS to move forward. Our current administration has not done this successfully. Please help us, the taxpayers and students of MPS, show us we are in the trusted hands of a school board and clean up this terrible mess. Our beautiful city needs a successful and vibrant school district, and the students need your action and protection now.
Ingrid Walker Henry, WALKER-HENRY. MTEA President representing 5,600 members. The MPS School Board is working through a difficult situation that must be remedied quickly. We're here to learn about the insurances the board owes MPS students, families, and MPS workers, and to ensure that MPS moves urgently to provide the required financial data to the DPI. MPS must fix the reporting delays and finish the MPS audit. We also expect that after this immediate need is resolved, reforms will be made in the Department of Finance to prevent future delays and restore confidence in MPS finances. MTA is concerned that proceedings at recent school board meetings have not moved district priorities forward and have not reassured stakeholders and the general public. School board members need to understand that delaying the passage of the 24-25 budget that holds tentative agreements made with MTEA and other labor organizations in limbo and have resulted in current employees being uncertain of their future. It also means that desperately needed hiring for students is hampered and prospective employees do not know what 24-25 looks like for themselves. A few of our questions. What is the plan to get the DPI the required financial reports as soon as possible? How soon can MPS determine the impact for miscalculations for 24-25 payments? With the passage of the 24-25 budget pushed to later this month, will the school board take action to give MTEA and other labor organizations assurances that current tentative agreements are not in jeopardy? We ask that the school board provide more clarity about the short-term leadership of MPS. There are numerous matters that must be resolved for students and staff on an ongoing basis, especially at the end of the school year. MPS students, families, and workers deserve assurances as soon as possible about what their schools will look like when they return in the fall.
Anita Garrett.
I wanted to pass this, okay, before I state my name.
If you could hand that to one of the,
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anita Garrett. It's spelled A-N-I-T-A, Garrett, G-A-R-R-E-T-T. This time I'm coming today, I'm not coming with any, excuse me? This time I'm coming today, I'm not coming with any notes. First of all, I want to thank the president, superintendent, and all the directors. First of all, I want to give hands up to Director Jackson, because in the last meeting, it was a little bit awkward. But I thank God that Director Jackson stood up to the plate and told the truth. And that's all I think all these people out here wanted, because as you know, I go for school, healthy school, breakfast and lunch, and I'm still on that. As you know, I came to y'all meetings numerous times. Y'all told me numerous times at these meetings that there was going to be changes. Superintendent, you told me too, that there was going to be changes. The President of the United States also said it was going to be changes. So me, myself, you told me to get parents more involved. So I did surveys. I did petitions, thinking that there was going to be a change. And in doing this and doing these petitions and doing these surveys, parents were complaining. But I had faith in MPS. I graduated from Riverside in 1977, and I enjoyed the lunches and breakfast from the school. So I told them, I said, they told me that there were going to be changes. And so when I seen that budget, yes, I did get upset, because I had faith in y'all. Y'all looked at me in my face, and I did the work. I went out there and I talked to parents, and I calmed the parents down, telling them that things were going to get better, and it didn't. So where did that make me look? There was a lot of work I put into that. A lot of effort. And just like the rest of these people's out here too, they're concerned about their kids, because at the end of the day, it's about our kids. I don't know about anything else about the budget, money, what you did with the money. I don't care. I want to know where we at now. Where are we going to go now? I don't want any cuts with the lunches. I wanted you to keep your word. When you told me we were going to have productive kitchens on the northwest side of Milwaukee, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my grandkids to have more tasteful, appealing food, and not just hitting the button and throwing it in the garbage, because they cannot learn. And I stated mental health issues and all that comes from food insecurity. Food insecurity is real out here. You might not have never went to bed hungry. I have. And a lot of other kids and other kids' parents have went to bed hungry too. We want a change. I want a change because you promised it to me. And I want y'all to keep your word. Do not cut the food kitchen staff in MPS. Supposedly productive kitchen, and you mashed the potatoes, but you still didn't put that in it. Still made the kids not eat. You made the potato bowls or whatever, and that didn't work. I was looking forward to old school days. You had something to look forward to. I'm just asking y'all to reconsider that.
Thank you.
24, 25 school budget.
Thank you. George Jolly.
Good evening. Name is George Jolly, Jolly.
Thank
I
you.
pastor Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church here in this city. I came tonight because it seems like they wanted to do a hatchet job on Dr. Posley. I have pastored him.
Excuse me, please. Please.
I think if your children are learning anything, they're not learning from you. And if you talk, if you want to talk, come up and talk. And when I get done, I'll give you the courtesy.
Excuse me, please, and respect the speaker. Excuse me.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. But I don't like it when we tell our children that they should act and be courteous when their parents come out here and act crazy. I've come, say what? Man, may I continue? I've been in the city.
Please, could we get quiet again? We've done well thus far, and I appreciate that.
I've been in this city. I've been a resident of this city for 70 years. And MPS has been messed up ever since 1958. I've been here. I was a student at MPS, and we've always had problems at MPS. And I think it has a lot to do with some of the policies that were set before Dr. Posley and this board was even elected. And I must admit, in all honesty, that Dr. Posley is a member of our congregation. And it does not matter if he was up there or anybody else was up there. I don't think we need to come out here specifically to pick on one man because of what's not going on. Then, may I continue? I think that all of my years in this city, I have never seen DPI come down on the superintendent or the school board like this Department of Public Education did. I think that we can disagree, but we don't have to be ignorant and rude about it. And for us to scream when somebody else is talking, I teach my children, when somebody else is talking, please listen. You might learn something. So when I heard about DPI, I went to check, and I wanted to know, well, why all of a sudden did it come down now? And it appears to me that it all came, and I did vote for the referendum. And you don't have to agree with me, because I vote the way I see to vote. I don't ask you to agree with me. I've always been independent. But every time I come to a meeting, there's a faction that holler, Dr. Posey got to go. And I did a little research, and there's some disgruntled employees in MPS. And so they want him to go. And I've came through, well, you know, my children went to MPS. My granddaughter, just listen, I'm going to tell you, my granddaughter just graduated MPS. And she's right now a student at North Carolina Central University. And she came through MPS system. So MPS system is doing some good things. I don't think that's your business.
Because you're interrupting him and won't let him speak.
Thank you. You come to our church, I will let you talk to me. I'll personally take time to talk with you. But right now, we're talking about something else.
But we are on limited time.
They're supposed to, so we don't have much. Can I continue? But I get distracted.
I'll give you, sir, 15 seconds at this point.
Okay.
We have to get through this list.
Am I understand?
Thank you.
And so we're talking about everything came up because we got money that you can actually control. But we haven't given them time to control, to see what they're going to do. I get up early in the morning, and I go stand on the bus stop.
Excuse me. Excuse me, things are getting out of hand, sir. I'm sorry, but we have to cut it at this time. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you so much. But if you want to know where I stand with Pete Mosley. They say he never left the school. That's not a lie. That's a lie.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Where he didn't try to help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Pam Matschke.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pam Mashke. I'll spell it
We can't hear you, ma'am.
M-A-S-C-H-K-E.
Could you speak a little closer into the mic?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm really concerned because, number one, this budget process should have never taken this long. I mean, I'm sorry, but when people have a job to do, they need to get it done. And if people don't get their jobs done, guess what? Do you have a job anymore? No. So to me, we shouldn't have had to go to some other outside person to come in who's charging now $48,000 to do the work that should have been done in the first place. I mean, I just don't know what you think the taxpayers are going to keep coming up with. I mean, I'm sorry, our property taxes are going up and everything else. And are we getting what we should out of the schools? Absolutely not. And let me tell you, it really hasn't changed because I also was a Milwaukee Public School student a long time ago. And when I went to college, my education, when I was in here with the suburban kids, my education was not up to their education. And that's a long, long time ago. So I'm saying, what's going on with this education? Has it really improved? I don't think it has. And that's the real crux of this matter. our students aren't getting educated like they should have. I wasn't educated. I mean, I was in comparison long time ago with all the suburban schools. And that still is, I'm sure it's even worse now for these kids going to college. You know, I just don't know what you expect people to do. And what do you expect the citizens of Milwaukee to keep pushing money into the schools if you're not performing like you should? That's the real problem. That's all I have to say.
Sheila Tompkins. And in the queue will be Lucas Wearer.
Okay. All right. Director Jackson. Ashe. Keith Posley. I'm going to pray. Sheila Tompkins, SHELIATHOMPKINS. I'm here today to talk about Keith Posley and the school board from what we know to be truth. 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 You know, this secret society things, we the people got you. You don't have us at all. We have you. You answer to us. We don't answer to you. You understand? Now, President Hernandez, I honor you, ma'am. I really do. I really do. Because your position, not knowing what Keith Posley and his administration have done. Seriously, Director Jackson spoke truth last week, 2 weeks ago. Well, last week, he really spoke truth. Aisha Carr, Director Carr, spoke truth. Yes. She really did. You said you wanted to work with us, Keith Posley. You really did. I pulled up your bio. Y'all look at his bio, please. Pull it up. You come from Mississippi. You've been here. You've been here many years, and you're a black man. Systemic racism we faced. Do you understand what I'm saying now? My daughter graduated from Marshall High School. She said Marshall High School inmate with her number that she went from K3, K5 from a Montessori, and then she had to go into MPS. You know what happened? A mental asylum. A mental asylum. I gave her an IEP just to keep up critical race theory and thinking. You know what, Keith Posley? You said you went to school for reading and literature for our kids. That's what your bio said, correct? Correct? And you got these people here believing you? You got these people here believing you, black man. Systemic racism. That's it, and that's all. Thank you. Transparency we need. 2025 and beyond. No more, no less. That secret society gotta stop. I'm gonna call each and one of you out. Facts. President of the Crusaders. That's what we're here for, our children, not you at all. You wanna talk to me now? You can't.
Thank you very much. Lucas Wearer. Mr. Wearer, please state your first name, spell your last name, please. Go ahead, please.
Lucas Weir, W-I-E-R-E-R. Good evening, Superintendent Posley and members of the board. I want to start by saying that I am a sometimes proud MPS educator and parent. My pride in MPS as an institution that I both work for and am a customer of as a parent is not unconditional. And the last couple of years and last several weeks especially have tested that. However, my commitment to improving this institution as an educator and as a parent in MPS and as a citizen of Milwaukee is unconditional. In speaking to this budget, I would like to highlight and offer my support for the 6 demands that have been set forth by the Black Educators Caucus, MKE. Specifically, I would like to speak to demand number 4, to conduct an equity audit conducted by an external auditor who has demonstrated experience in supporting large education systems, who have been miseducating and neglecting and criminalizing Black, Brown, and Indigenous students since June 19, 1865. The outside equity audit will include recommendations on district structural reorganization and changes to funding, distribution across all parts of the district. These results will be published publicly and shared with the Community Oversight Committee. And also I want to raise up demand number 5, which is to improve the funding formula at the school level to move from pupil-based allocation to equity-based allocation, something I've been asking for years. Meaning the schools that have the highest needs, highest special education population, highest English language learner population receive the budget allocation to meet those needs. The mismanagement that the public has learned about over the last month is unacceptable. But I want to be very clear that the status quo, for as long as I can remember as an educator, has also been unacceptable. Whomever leads MPS moving forward and whatever board remains to hold that leader accountable, it cannot be business as usual. Please consider the demands laid out by Beck MKE and take time to honestly self-reflect and decide whether you are capable of standing up for the Milwaukee community moving forward. Leadership is more than just rubber stamping raises. Thank you.
Beverly Hamilton Williams.
First of all, I want to thank the community for coming out today. There are times that it was just myself and maybe 2 others in this entire building. I want to say, as taxpayers, we demand an external audit with public reports and that all programs and staff positions remain intact for next school year, which are the trauma specialists, the nurses, the psychologists, the social workers, the kitchen staff. We have no confidence in the 24-25 budget created by this current administration. The 23-24 budget is incomplete and plagued with errors, according to the Wisconsin DPI. How can MPS determine budget cuts and especially referendums? We also demand qualified and certified professionals in the areas of accounting and business over the MPS Finance Department, managing billion-dollar budgets, forcing million-dollar tax referendums, and proposing any staffing and program cuts. Our group notified many government officials. We have almost 100 emails, correspondence, letting them know that those budgets were deficient, that there were errors in that budget, such as $500,000 to pay parents for stipends during COVID. You only paid $8,000 out, and where's the rest of the money? It's missing on that budget. Having Black and Hispanic paraprofessionals getting MPSU, and then the program is uncertified, and according to whistleblowers, there's 25 against Superintendent Posley, testifying daily. You knew it was an uncertified program. It's in the court documents. See, those whistleblowers send
and I'm gonna have to have somebody use my time for a minute. Those whistleblowers send all those documents to me, and I have discussions with my group, Community Together, Voice of Milwaukee's Children. You are responsible for hiring a math teacher and a lawyer to be over the finance department. Because Milwaukee Public Schools is one of the only school districts in the nation that allows the superintendent to hire all administrators, all administrative heads in the country. And see, a lot of people don't know that. So yes, I do blame the current superintendent for the failures in Milwaukee Public Schools. I have respect for your for folks in the religious circle. But Superintendent Mosley, if I get another email from a whistleblower who is a former administrator showing me all of the corruption in this district, you just don't know. The NAACP City here doesn't know, and your church members don't know. But if I can show them those emails, Superintendent Mosley, you need to be man enough to resign.
Miss Williams, Miss
We
Williams.
need to start new and fresh. And when we start new and fresh, we need to make the Wisconsin legislature bail out Milwaukee Public Schools because of all the corruption and the money that is missing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cecilia Collins. Cecilia Collins and Craig Frizzell to follow.
First of all, COLLINS.
A little closer.
Excuse me. I didn't disrespect anybody in this room, and I would expect for you.
Talk to Marva. Talk to Marva. Talk to Marva. Talk to Marva. Don't talk to us. Exactly. Talk to Marva. Y'all want to hold Robert's
Miss Collins, could you please use the mic?
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I apologize to. I apologize to administrative staff and Dr. Posley and the board of directors that are here. My name is Cecilia Collins, and I'm part of the community. I think we've already discussed this already. One thing we really need to know is how to get in touch with your school board directors, to call them, to email them, and you would get some more added information that you need. Now, I am one of these people that call my school board director, and sometimes people get in the habit of not answering your phone calls or your emails, and then all of a sudden they call you and they say, hey, how did you get my number? And so, and once again, with all due respect, I beg the pardon on you. If you take the time out and look and read the, if you're going to be mindful and respectful, you will return the calls, and you will, within a couple of days. Nobody would have to know what governance does. If anybody in this room doesn't know what governance does, I'll suggest you do the research on it. There are a lot of things that people are missing in the community, is how and what governance means, how and what the superintendent's job description is, and how that if you have a certain board member that gets up and lashes out on another board member, that's not too cool. And I tell you, it's out of order, and I beg the pardon on that one. And I do believe that some people are on some narcotics or something today. They're on some high-tech stuff that I have never heard of. I don't appreciate, but with all due respect, if you want some of this, we can go outside. And I'm talking.
Excuse me, attention, please. Attention, please. Excuse me. Craig Frizzell. Craig Frizzell. State your first name, spell your last name, please.
First name is Craig, last name is Frizzell.
A little closer in the mic, thank you.
Frizzell. I'm here tonight to say what is obvious to everyone else in the room, which is the letter from DPI is an embarrassment to MPS and to the city. I'm a proud MPS parent. My daughter is about to finish first grade at one of the language immersion schools. I love her school. I think it's amazing. I think the staff is amazing. I think the teachers are amazing. And I think the families and the community around it are amazing. But when we get news reports about the DPI sending the letter and about the budget, it's really hard to defend the school and the school district when we get these reports. I'll defend MPS to anyone. I remember years ago, I had a coworker who was aghast at the idea that I would send my child to MPS. And I wanted to send my child to MPS because I believe in public education. And we can do better. But the thing is, it's pretty clear to me, and it's clear to everybody else in the room, that the superintendent and the CFO, and probably a few more, need to go. Everybody in the room is telling you what needs to be done. You can hear them clearly. Listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Hallett.
Tricia Hallett, spelling of the last name, Hallett. I am a member of the PTA. I can say I am a bit embarrassed. I was one of the people that were pushing the referendum.
Me too, girl, me too. Okay, you need a hug.
So obviously I don't practice law. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know legalities, but what I do know is if we just passed a budget for $252 million to help our schools, I don't think a dime of that money should go into administration. It should go to the bones of the school, our teachers, our staff, and the heartbeat of our school, our children. Our children. That's why these parents voted yes to this referendum. Not to pay a dysfunctional school system that has put us in a deficit and has deceived us.
$252 million in corruption.
Somebody needs to open a petition that there is a stipulation when this money is managed and spent that goes all to our schools, our children's schools, not the administration. Thank you.
Deshonda Bailey and Angela Harris follows her.
First name's Deshonda, last name Bailey, Bailey. First off, thank you, community, for coming out. Because for the last 4+ years, we've been out here.
Excuse me, Miss Bailey. Miss Bailey.
About the corruption in MPS. I have been advocating strongly about the corruption in
Miss
MPS
Bailey.
since before pandemic.
Excuse me.
And since they closed, because this isn't where it all began.
Exactly.
I'll address you in a second because I don't know if you need a reminder, President, that you work for me. We're not going to have it because on Thursday, you had me escorted out, and that was utterly disrespectful. It's disrespectful because in 2015, when I came to MPS as a substitute teacher, working across the district, subbing at every school district, tooth and nail because of the teacher shortage. And by 2018, where I showed my dedication for this district. It was Keith, you, that promoted me to a special education teacher position because I was the one able to bring our scores up as well as deal with the kids that you label with an IEP. When is the last time you actually been in a building to see if these students with these documents are getting the services rendered? Because, I know he hasn't, because it is when I got this promotion from a substitute to a special educator that we are sent through trainings that DPI recommends we go to. In these trainings, our students are supposed to receive services according to their 504 plan, but they are also supposed to be treated like all other students in the district with dignity and respect. Yes. This was not happening. Students were not receiving services, seclusionary practices were happening, and there were teachers, especially at then Keith Avenue, a bully principal who's then bullying our special education students. Because I take pride in the job I do and because I have faith in MPS, I immediately reported concerns about special education students, the lack of services received, seclusionary practices, amongst other things, as well as my own harassment and bullying going on because of this report. I directed these emails to you, Ms. Marva, and others on the board since 2018-19. Since then, I have received nothing but retaliatory action from you and your board. I was then told that I
Miss Bailey?
the services our Keith Avenue students received.
Miss Bailey, there are other speakers waiting. Miss Bailey.
During pandemic was overcrowded. 40 students on a roster to one teacher.
Miss Harris.
Me having to provide my fancy students with their services because there is such a shortage.
Miss Harris, would you come forward, please?
Providing transparency that you guys continue to hide. Because during this time, there was the overcrowding, and you continue to ignore the services of our students. Then,
Miss Harris.
Evers closed our schools March 13th. And I just want to share this one email that Keith Posley sent out to all staff with the school closure.
Miss Bailey, your time is up.
That's fine.
Your time is up. Her time is up. We still have a stack of people. We still have a stack of speakers.
I hope you all are safe and healthy.
Is everyone willing to give up their time tonight? We still have a stack of speakers to hear.
The MPS staff has truly risen to the occasion by providing meals, at-home learning, and important updates.
Miss Bailey, please.
Hard work and commitment to our students. As we navigate
Miss Bailey.
stressful situation, the restorative practice team is prepared to support our staff.
Miss Bailey, we have the others. This is totally rude, and we want to hear the other speakers. And I thank you for speaking.
Budget 2020, 2021. So we're not just talking about now, this has been going on.
Miss Bailey, we will have to have you removed if you don't, yes. We have speakers waiting. Are the waiting speakers willing to give up their time? We have all of these speakers waiting.
This is the teacher that you all, Superintendent Posey and his staff, initiated a police brutality attack and owed her $20,000. But she's going to sit down now.
Thank you.
You've been hiding for so long.
Go ahead, Miss Harris.
Dr. King once said a riot is the voices of the unheard. And I mean, I think this is kind of what y'all, I've said this time and time again though at these board meetings. But anyways, it might not be, it's all right. I said Dr. King says that a riot is the voice of the unheard, right? And people aren't rioting, but y'all are pushing people to a point where they are angry and defensive about not being heard. But anyways, Angela Harris, Harris. I'm speaking now, not as the chairwoman of Black Educators Caucus, but as a mother of 2 beautiful NPS students, as a teacher at Milwaukee Academy of Chinese Languages. I teach 2nd grade there. I have a couple questions. Number one, about student enrollment. I actually sent this letter to the Office of Board Governance as well as my regional superintendent. At what point do we cut off school enrollment to particular schools? Because my school was allotted enrollment for 460 at the start of the school year. We are currently at 600. Nobody's seeing any extra help, not an extra staff member, not an extra special education teacher, not an extra building service helper, not an extra kitchen aide, nothing. We were expected to handle all of that on our own backs. At what point do we cap a school's special education population? Not only do we have 600 students, but 40% of those are special education students. So not only do we service special education students, English language learners, and a majority Black students, we don't have any help with that. And so then I see a budget, right? This moral document that's supposed to make things better for myself and my students and in effect, right, in turn, my community. I see cuts to special education teachers. I see cuts to trauma support specialists. I see cuts to kitchen staff, paraprofessionals. I see us banking on vacancies going unfilled, meaning I will continue to have classes of 30 plus all by myself. At what point, y'all, do we right this ship? Do we stop filling these holes with popcorn and actually start doing what is right for our students, putting the money in the classrooms and not the 19 principals that are in the Office of Administration's pockets? We need help at the school level, and if our union won't do it, we need y'all to.
Next is Mary Grogan, followed by Vince Toney.
Where's the money? Just want to know where's the money. Just want to know where the money at. $252 million. Saying that the state gave us part of surplus money. $252 million. We need to know what happened to the referendum. We really need to know what happened to it. Are we on the record?
Mary Grogan, Grogan, speaking on agenda item 3, the 24-25 proposed budget, which I hope this school board will pass on time. School counselors play an important role in Milwaukee Public Schools. We work diligently to support students' academic growth, their social emotional development, and college and career planning goals in an efficient and professional manner. No other role in public schools provides the glue that links students' lived experiences and future aspirations in an academic setting quite like a school counselor. From helping students acclimate to their new schedule in the fall, to bridging, completion, and graduation ceremonies in the spring, and short-term mental health counseling, risk assessments, student academic intervention groups, classroom counseling lessons, Zello, and everything in between, MPS school counselors ensure that every student enrolled in Milwaukee Public Schools have academic, social, emotional, and post-secondary support. Increasing the school counselor contract by just 9 days for all MPS school counselors would have an immediate, positive, academic, social, emotional, and college career planning impact on students K-12. It is a creative way to address the current school counselor shortage, along with the dire need for more mental health support during the school day. Hiring current MPS school counselors for 9 extra days each school year would be a clever way to improve the culture and climate in every MPS school building. I'm going to close with a quote from Dr. Seuss. We are here, we are here, we are here.
Vince Tony. Vince Tony. Followed by Claiborne, or the name is Quentin
Yes.
Claiborne.
Test. Am I on? Vince Tony, last name is spelled T as in Tom, O-N-E-Y. I prepared a dissertation, but after listening to some of the speeches up here, especially the one about the schools, I was just at Keep Avenue Street School a few months ago, and I was kicked out of the school. The principal said that I couldn't come back and volunteer anymore. When I was there, a Caucasian teacher inquired about why I wasn't able to come back. I was able to calm her class down where she could teach. In addition to that, my school, where I dropped out of North Division with 4 months to go to graduation to join the Navy. When I dropped out of the school, I could read, I could write, I could know what a ruler looked like, I could read a micrometer, a dial caliper, and other instruments. I'm wondering, since 1977, when I joined the Navy, what happened from then to now? I know, and that's in my dissertation. I'm reading a book right now. The book is called How to Make a Negro Christian. And here's what I have to say about the book that should be written about today and what's going on. The book should be written about DPI and MPS superintendents, how to break up a Negro family and dumb our children down. And if we have to look through history, we have to look at, and to know that Evers was superintendent of DPI from 2009 to 2019. We've had Howard Fuller as a superintendent of MPS. The problem that I have is that there's an awfully lot of money that's been allocated to this school system. 2020, my understanding is that they had a referendum for $87 million when there was only a $20 million deficit. So what happens to the PPE funds, and what happens to the ESSER funds? And now we're taxing the homeowners an additional $252 million. What's going on with this school system and the people that run it? There was a gentleman up here last week that you had sitting next to you, Dr. Poses. His name is, he didn't get a chance to speak, and I've seen him up there a couple of times. I'd like to know what his position is and what he had to say, because he never got a chance to speak. His name is Matthew Boswell. In addition to that, and the community needs to know. I mean, I joined the Navy to get not to get an education, but when I was in the Navy, I was firefighting school, become an EMT. I got back from the United States Navy to Milwaukee. I got a GED. I got a bachelor's degree, and I have a master's degree in social work. So North Division, the school that I went to, they kicked me out of that school because I can't come there. Within the last couple of months, the administration said that I can't come there to help the schools that I dropped out, and I had a quality education. Less than 20% of the students at that school could read at grade level, and I'm volunteering my time to go up there and help them. And I've come down here 4 or 5 times, and I still don't have an answer to why both of those schools, Keith Avenue and North Division, didn't allow me to volunteer at those schools. I need an answer, please. Thank you. I left my notebook. You guys should read the rest of my notes, too.
Quentin Claiborne, followed by Joey Grijalva.
Hey everybody, Quentin Claiborne, K-L-A-B-O-N. So this is about the board and the budget. Milwaukee Public Schools has struggled for a long time. The path from Fuller to Andrikopoulos to Driver to Posley, and don't forget their boards, has led us to where we are now. Milwaukee Public Schools has the second lowest graduation rate in America of our 500 biggest districts. Our city's black students have the lowest reading scores. Compare us to Miami, which went from troubled to exemplary. On NAEP, their English language learners, students who learn English in school, not at home, outscored our native speaking students in reading. Let me repeat that. High-need Miami immigrants and refugees have a better command of the English language than the children who are born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That is tragic, and that's on you. Now, the community wants to see people sitting here and sitting in the back leave. Whatever happens, we should be clear. It's not just one person pointed in the wrong direction messing us up. It is a system with hundreds making critical errors, the board included. We can pick whatever replacement savior we want, but if we plug them into a faulty system, they will fail too because the system is stronger than any one person. To illustrate that, let's go past the financial records issue to this year's budget. On Thursday, the board approved $24 million referendum dollars without discussion to replace math curriculum in every Milwaukee public school. Picking the right curriculum base is so important. 65% of our kids can't do basic math, and it's 78% for predominantly black schools. Those kids aren't just cut off from jobs in business, engineering, and nursing. You can't build from a blueprint or work modern manufacturing these days without trigonometry and arithmetic. Unlike other school districts, which debate curriculum for hours, you didn't even prepare a presentation on what the curriculum is, how you chose it, or why it's the best option to get our kids on track. You didn't ask whether teachers will burn out and quit if they have to adjust to new state reading laws and learn to teach math in a new way in the same year. You didn't ask whether picking a curriculum that leans heavily on reading and word problems would be a bad fit in a district where so many kids struggle to read. So, I encourage the journalists in the room to give you a pop quiz. How many of the 9 board members, without checking your laptops, can name the math curriculum you paid $24 million for on Thursday? Moreover, how many of you can explain why your choice was better than the alternative options? If you cannot do that, why did you just spend 17% of the referendum on it? If you're unaware of major financial problems and you're uninvolved in basic reading and math questions, are you pulling as hard for the district as you need to be? I hope Milwaukeeans ask themselves that question about the board going forward, whatever you do to Superintendent Posley. Thank you.
And you got these people, you got these people believing you.
We got 12 seconds left. Can any
Joy
one of you tell us what the
Grijalva,
math curriculum is?
followed by excuse me, please, Christina Avery.
Got a PhD in it.
Do any of you know?
Read his bio.
Please answer when it's your
Go
turn
ahead,
to
please.
respond.
Okay.
Read his bio, please. He should be ashamed of himself.
Okay. Hello, my name is Joey Grijalva, Grihalva. I'm a teacher at Milwaukee High School of the Arts. What I'm about to discuss may sound trivial, but I believe that it illustrates a larger point about how this administration has created budgets and run the district these past several years. What I have in my hand right here is the program from our graduation last week. Now, the first thing that I and many of my students notice on this program is the new logo that the district has saddled us with. As far as I know, there was zero demand by the school community for a new logo. This is something the district just decided they were going to do for all of the high schools. And so they paid someone, either at central office or an independent contractor, to create design mock-ups, and then they paid someone to create a survey to get feedback on those designs, but nowhere on that survey was there an option to say, hey, we don't want a new logo, we're perfectly happy with our logo, save our time and your resources, and let us just keep the logo. Stop this endeavor. Ironically, at the same graduation last week, the diplomas that we handed to our students featured our classic logo, a version of which is on the t-shirt I'm currently wearing. So there are multiple logos out there now creating a bit of branding confusion. So to be clear, this is something that was not asked for, that does not have a direct impact in the classroom, and that as far as I know, had mostly negative feedback. So my question to the board is, how many items are there in this proposed budget and in past budgets by this administration that are similar to this, but perhaps on a larger scale and more consequential? How many items have not been asked for and do not have a direct impact on the classroom? How many items have been seemingly well-intentioned but ultimately a waste of money? And most pressingly, how many items, positions, or salary recommendations have appeared to be calculated attempts by this superintendent to enrich himself and his colleagues? We know of at least one instance with the director of remote work situation from 2 years ago. I suspect there are more. I believe that we must take a granular look at this budget, edit it, cut the fat, cut from central office first before you cut from the classroom, always. And ultimately, it's time for a new administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's right. None of it. Marva needed salary cut. None of it. And I want anybody to say something.
Go ahead, Miss Avery.
That's not all. Say it.
Go ahead, Miss Avery.
Say it on it.
Hi, my name is Christina Avery, A-V-E-R-Y. I've been a parent in MPS for 15 years. Members of our community have provided repeated testimony over the past several years regarding the inequity in our schools and possible inconsistencies in the budgets. I know because I have paid close attention by watching the board meetings and by paying attention to the agendas online. I've heard them say to you that their children are being failed, that they don't actually have access to art, music, or physical education in their schools, which I'd like to note was the mainstay of the campaign to pass the most current referendum. If we look at the organizational chart that breaks down the power structure of MPS, we see that the community oversees all. Thus, the community should be listened to and treated with respect when coming to you with concerns. Instead, this appears to be a broken system with no oversight and no checks and balances in place to hold anyone accountable. The behaviors we are seeing in our classrooms today are a direct manifestation of the collective trauma our students experienced during the pandemic, in addition to all the other traumas many face in their daily lives. So why are we cutting trauma specialists and trained mental health professionals when we should be providing students with more support? Right. The superintendent makes over $300,000 a year when most in our district are struggling to get by. Why? We should be cutting these excessive salaries, removing positions in central office that have little to no value, and holding those accountable for the jobs they do and the services they provide. After the DPI letter came to light, I lost any remaining trust I had in those running this school district. I do not trust MPS with my child, and if a system fails me, I'm going to look elsewhere for a better system. This is why families leave the district. This is why they go to charter schools and private schools and they open enroll, because MPS isn't doing a good enough job. If you are truly for the children and doing what is best for them, then you will listen to the community members calling for immediate change. Because if it's true that the community has been tasked with holding those in MPS accountable, to say, to holding them accountable, then we are coming together today from all different schools and neighborhoods to say that the current state of MPS is not okay nor acceptable. It's time for the school board to course correct and do better. To be brave and to stand up to the administration and to say no more. No more!
Dawn Zant.
Boy, you ain't even been at NAM meeting before today.
Teresa Folleron. Dawn Zant or Teresa Folleron? They're gone. Okay. Thomas Mueller. He's gone. Thomas Mueller. Jamel Harris. Go ahead.
Jamel Harris, Harris, zip code 53208, which has zero representation at this board tonight. We have no school board director, and the citywide school board director decided to ignore the community once again. Today, we are at a crossroads. One path may lead to freedom. One path leads to more destruction. During Posley's tenure, we have witnessed not only the erosion of public trust, but the erosion of years' worth of tangible work that have been done in MPS. We have been fed a library's worth of buzzwords and empty promises. We need action, and it has to happen today. We demand immediate removal of Superintendent Keith Posley, including Jennifer Mims Howell, Paulette Chambers. Martha Kreisman should have been gone 2 weeks ago, probably a lot longer, as well as Adria Maddaleni. Establish a community coalition and not just have special interests puppeteer our school board as we have sat by and watched for almost a decade now. The green shirts hold way too much power in this space. It's time for change. Conduct an equity audit. Improve the funding formula. Change board policy. Recalls will begin. The community has spoken. We demand the world we deserve. Today we'll bring a new. For some of you that seem to be new here, the board president is on record admitting to not ever reading the budget. I'll provide the link to the YouTube video for all those interested after the meeting. Through DPI, we have learned that this behavior is nothing new. They have a track record of errors in MPS. July 2023, the board was notified, but the Office of Efficiency and Accountability had been silenced. October 2023, the board was notified about the financial situation with MPS and did nothing. Now that we have the community's attention, now that all of you that are here claiming for and fighting for respectability politics for a board and an administration that has absolutely done nothing to demand respect from anybody that stands in this room nor this community. There is zero evidence that Keith Posley was warranted a raise or an extension of his contract. Hello. The numbers that reflect the district are in the toilet. I will say it again, just like I did last week. Toilet. We have made zero gains at anything measurable in MPS since Keith Posley has been at the helm. It is not about one man. No, it's not about one man, but that one man stood up and accepted that job. Not only did he accept that job, he fought to hold on to that fucking job. So let's leave with the one-man record today, tomorrow, and last week.
Quiet, please. We must finish. Quiet, please.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
Quiet, please. Go ahead, please. We're trying to finish here. Would you let him finish?
This is the community you have tried to shut out through your actions. This is what you built it.
What is going on? Excuse me, please.
This is your work, President Herndon. This is your work. Go ahead, man.
Excuse me, could we please have quiet? Could we please have quiet? Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris. Go ahead, please.
I will close my testimony respect for a man who lets me know where he stands. They turned it off.
It's not off.
Come move. Whoever in the group says, come move. Be here. I'm here. I'll be here all night. The pastor can go pray. He can go pray. I'm going to close my statement tonight with a quote from Malcolm X.
Okay.
I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands, even if he's wrong, than the one who comes up like an angel is nothing but a devil. Fire the devil today. And like I said, recall paperwork will be filed on the union's board members. All 5 of y'all. It's coming.
Next, we have Bria Grant and Clarence Nicholas. Bria Grant, Clarence Nicholas.
Madam President, as the speakers are making their way down, we do have people in the overflow room that may be making their way up here. I believe I heard Ms. Folleron may be coming from an overflow room.
Quiet, please. Go ahead, Mr. Nicholas.
Madam President, Herndon. Clarence B. Nicholas. Nicholas, Nicholas. Many public officials are weighing in on the superintendent's budget FY 25, 2024-25. The governor and state superintendent, who oversees our Wisconsin Constitution, Article 10, Section 3, which states all school districts are to be administered as uniformly as practicable. I hope both will become fully involved now with MPS and its needs. Our city officials now have the opportunity also to oversee schools in their individual automatic districts by meeting with each school engagement counselors concerning the needs of each school in his or her district in terms of their funding needs. Our mayor now has an opportunity to meet with our city comptroller and monitor the money sent to MPS by line items, and thereby each will have an opportunity to be engaged in our public school system. Now, let me just say this. I understand that the referendum dollars, the NAACP did vote for the referendum.
Which they shouldn't have done. I did.
But let the executive board of the NAACP voted for the referendum funds. But let me say this. I understand that those dollars have yet to be included in this budget. So if they're not in this budget, here's what we're proposing. Invest $10 million in a scholarship fund to send 20 students of color. 20 students of color to the college of their choice to become teachers in the MPS school district to curb the disparity and ratio in the
Quiet, please, so he can finish.
Put forth $10 million in the technology infrastructure, equipping school buildings and the community infrastructure with the technology needs.
Madam President, we can't have dead air.
Oh, my goodness.
We can't have dead air. Madam President, we cannot have dead air.
Excuse me, could we quieten down, please? Let's quieten down so we can finish the meeting, please. Mr. Nicholas has the floor.
I will send in my proposed statement
Okay.
to the proposed budget that doesn't include the referendum dollars, and I'll make a couple. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have David Emmanuel Castillo. David?
Madam President, someone needs to be speaking in the microphone, otherwise we're not broadcasting.
We need our speaker at the floor. Excuse me. The mic is going to shut off if nobody's speaking into it, so could you speak, please?
Not even on.
Could we have order and respect, please, so that our speakers can be heard? Yes, I didn't see anyone come up.
So you called my name, but I was in the hallway, so they just informed me that
What is your name?
My name is Bria Grant.
Oh, okay. Could you?
Grant.
Excuse me, please. Could we have order in here so that these rest of the speakers have the option to speak? Here's what I'm going to do. Bria Grant, I did call your name. So you speak, and then next will be David Castillo.
Thank you so much. And I understand the emotions. I understand that we are all elevated. I understand how our community as Black and brown people express their hurts. And so we want to make sure that we're respectful and that we're culturally sensitive as people become a little elevated. This is a very heavy conversation. So forgive my attire as I approach this very serious discussion as a citizen, as a business owner, as a taxpayer, because this is a heavy lift for many of us in our community members. And I would say I'm just a little disheartened as it's disheartened to see the village come with pitchforks and torches for someone that I have grown to admire. And I speak as a Benjamin Franklin student, where Dr. Posley, and he knows my sentiment, Dr. Posley was an instructor, and as a kid, we looked up to him, and we were excited to even see him step into this role. But in my experience, it is disheartening that the community, Black and brown, has not been addressed directly by our leadership, right? And I think that's one of the reasons why people are heavy, right? That they have felt that they had a relationship with the superintendent, that as a Black representative of the district that has the most Black and brown students, that we were owed relationship, communication, transparency, because so many of us, particularly those who came up into MPS, they do know Mr. Posley as the gym teacher and the athletics director and all these other things, and we had hope. But whatever happens, it brought us to this space. And my heaviness is that we are at an infrastructure collapse in our community. We just lost a poverty-serving organization. And when I think about what that board is experiencing right now, I'm wondering, are you all ready? Are you all ready to deal with the collapse of the largest public school district in the states, right? Are you all ready to deal with the backlash 30 years from now, right? Because we're raising adults. It's not just about the children today, but when we think about the violence and the mental health that we're experiencing today, those are children that grew up without hope in their community, right? So I'm in it in the day-to-day. And so I guess I'm just curious to know, like, what really is the plan? I'm a taxpayer. I pay a lot of taxes right now. I'm on a payment plan. I can't afford anymore. But I want to be able to support the teachers. I want to be able to support the students. But I feel like I was duped. The fact that we did receive ARPA dollars, we received a lot of support. We said, hey, there's $250 million more, and I'm like, I don't got it. We can't afford anymore. What are you all as a board going to do if, because I don't know what the unseen hand is behind every one of you all. It exists. And we have people speak to who's been coordinating campaigns and what that plan often looks like. But are you all ready? Are you all going to stand in position, right, wrong, or indifferent, if we don't have a superintendent to lead the ship? Right? Are you all equipped? No. Right? Do you have the understanding? Are you savvy enough to build a strategic plan that's going to sustain MPS, help minimize our achievement gap, and allow for the city of Milwaukee to be a place where businesses want to grow? And so that is the heaviness of all of us here, I think. And we just want to understand what the plan is as we are all struggling to pay for both monetarily and in the community. Education is one of the social determinants of health. We know what the statistics look like. Are we ready? That's our question.
Thank you. David, would you come forward, please?
Madam President, as the speaker is making his way forward, you had previously called Teresa Fowler on. She was in an overflow room. If she can be back in the queue? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make sure it's me, correct? That's up? It's me that's up next as a speaker?
Yes, that's you.
All right. So I'll say my name for the record, David Emanuel Castillo. David E. I'm going to spell my middle name, EMMANUELLE. Last name Castillo, CASTILLO. The problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. Martin Luther King Jr. I share this quote because right now I need y'all to understand the community's mad because there has not been a political redistribution of power. And with the passing of 2 referendums and ESSER funding, there has not been economic redistribution of power. And I want to be clear here. Having y'all black and brown faces ain't solving it, right? A black and brown face doesn't mean a black and brown agenda. Let's be real about who you tap dance for. You tap dance for the union, all right? And I share this because I need people who are hearing me right now on public record. I know so many people that are in relationship with folks in the union, with folks in the board, and then you claim social justice. You claim writing for black and brown children. I need you to understand some of your fake-ass allies are a big reason why our children are being miseducated right now, right? If I show up in this space and I have no respect for you as a man, it's because you a sucker, bro, and I've seen you be a sucker. I witnessed it. I witnessed it when my department was, when I used to work for this department and they got founded, and how you took steps to always cut us, and then you wanted to go stand in front of a camera and be like, I'll support Bill LeMay. The budget said otherwise when I worked for the team. But I share this to say, right, we need to fire this man, and I need y'all to understand that firing him, we cannot let that stop us. We need a superintendent that has a background of systemic change. We need to recall this board. There's 2 of y'all here I think could stay. I'll be honest, you 2, I think y'all should stay. But for the rest of y'all, I think we need to recall y'all, and we need black and brown faces that are gonna prioritize a black and brown young children agenda. Fuck the dog and pony show for the union.
Teresa Falaron? She's, okay. What?
Then you
They haven't been
underfund
coming
high schools on the north
anyways.
side.
I've been
They don't
trying
know
to
about
do
that.
Yeah.
Why you get
Teresa?
Madam President, someone needs to be speaking into the microphone or we're not broadcasting.
Black North Side School. See, parents don't know that.
Please talk into the mic, otherwise it automatically cuts off. So we need you to come to the mic right away.
Oh, it's a whistleblower. I have this document. I have a lot of them.
You have to,
We're broadcasting, Madam President.
All the emails I
We
have.
have to follow
Here she is
broadcasting
now.
rules. We
Go
can't
ahead,
have dead
please.
air.
Sorry, like a good teacher, I provide handouts. All right. First, shout out to those sitting in the auxiliary room. So kudos to you for staying. My name is Teresa Folleron, and you already know who I am because I have been an MPS whistleblower since 2019. And I have 2 ongoing lawsuits against you since 2022 because of fraud. I and other whistleblowers have at great financial, personal, and professional detriment have provided you with evidence of fraud and retaliation for reporting serious issues, finances, and discriminatory acts against Black and brown employees. We cannot let you pretend you did not know the danger of Keith Posley. I am working remotely due to threats against my life from MPS. This board has known about the financial and retaliatory culture because I and other whistleblowers have paid a great price. Marva Herndon, you are deposed in my case on January 6th.
Madam President, we cannot get into litigation matters on the floor.
This is a public record as it is posted on many sites.
The board
Although
cannot
the
engage
budget,
in
I
discussion
apologize,
of
you allowed
litigation.
someone else to talk about your deposition, so I thought I could.
no, nobody talked about my deposition, no.
Madam President, we cannot engage on litigation matters on the floor.
Okay, we can't continue on that. You talking
I'm
about a
going to
specific
continue.
case. That's a specific case that we can't
I
allow
will
that.
continue without that,
Okay, go ahead,
because
please.
people can just email me. All right, so I am providing you with a couple of documents. You already have them, but I'll do it. Board Rule 206 is the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personal Powers and Duties related to accountability, audits, and finance. President Herndon, you are on that committee. Also, so I have that here. The Baker-Tilly Report 2022 reported and provided to you on March 24th shows that you knew about DPI noncompliance and significant deficiencies, and this document also proves that the board received a management letter conveying these audit comments. The May 18th, 2023 Baker-Tilly presentation, which documents uncorrected financial statements, about $5 million worth. June 30th, the Baker-Tilly report from 2022 says that MPS management does not participate in any meetings that specifically address issues of fraud. I guess it's better if you don't talk about it. You have spent millions in settlements and litigation against MPS whistleblowers who have brought to your attention fraud, discrimination, and retaliation. Many of you are in your own capacity guilty. I ask, as a whistleblower and someone dedicated to public schools, for the dismissal of Keith Posley, Erica Sampson, Marva Herndon, Megan O'Halloran, Adria Matalini, Michael Harris, Lonnie Anderson, and Martha Kreitzman. And in case you need the copies, here you go.
Latoya Woods, please. Latoya Woods.
25 MPS whistleblowers, they all used to work.
Latoya Woods. Ben Hitchcock Cross. Ben Hitchcock Cross.
The Wisconsin DPI is trying to cover their butt because they said they know something.
Latoya Woods.
is about to happen. In the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Is that her?
I told you all.
Oh, okay. Ben Hitchcock Cross.
Oh, yes.
Owen Driscoll. And following will be Tori Lowe. Go ahead, please.
Owen Driscoll, Driscoll. President Herndon, members of the board, no one should fear retribution for testifying tonight. I would like to know what went wrong, how much it will cost us in the short term and the long run, and most importantly, how will we make sure that this incredible display of systemic incompetence never happens again? MPS has lost 11% of our students in the past 5 years, and I have yet to see any structural changes to address this. Instead, we continue to ask for referendums and divert funding from, evidently, critical departments. This situation, unfortunately, makes perfect sense. Currently, less than 40% of school board members nationwide plan to seek re-election. This turnover undermines the board's authority and prevents the establishment of institutional knowledge. The board position within MPS is classified as a part-time job with a salary of $18,000. The job of fixing MPS is more than a part-time gig. We know that the state has been underfunding us for years. We should have been planning accordingly. We need a comprehensive plan to be developed with the assistance and oversight of the city, state, and federal officials. This plan should include financial and student projections for at least the next 10 years. This comprehensive plan should be developed in conjunction with the community. Community engagement isn't just checking a box. It's not a single event or a series of events. It's not a survey. It's a continuous, never-ending process that addresses community concerns and community needs fairly and equitably. Wendell Willis once said, MPS is Milwaukee. Right now, things are not looking good for Milwaukee. At the high school level, only 7% of students are proficient in math, 16% in reading, and 7% in science. Though there are many factors influencing metrics, we must commit to improving them. It is past time for a comprehensive plan to address this. Scott Manley tweeted, imagine voting for a referendum to massively increase property taxes, to give an additional $252 million to a district just as inept at managing its finances as it is educating kids. Then imagine thinking MPS should be the only option for Milwaukee families. He is not wrong. It is especially disheartening to see this all happen right after the referendum. It passed by 2 percentage points, 1,720 votes. I strongly suspect that had this information been public at the time of the referendum, it would have been a resounding failure. We need to do better. Charters will not be going away anytime soon, and we have lost all credibility to question their effectiveness and fiscal management. The RNC is coming to town, and they will use this display of incompetence to attack the very idea of public education with national ramifications. We are here because we care. We do not watch something we love fall apart. We want to help, and we need to know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Tori Lowe. Tori Lowe. Tori Lowe.
There are people on virtual that you all are not, you all ignore.
Let's go, Tori. They said the virtual. Let's go, Tori. Let's go, Tori.
Let's go, Tori. Let no slack.
Please talk about it.
Tori Lowe. Toryylowe. We heard a lot of people come in here tonight. I'm an advocate. I'm a radio show host. And I have to listen to the people. And when the people speak, many times the people get ignored. And a lot of times when people get ignored, you get reactions. You get people speaking out of turn. You get people saying things that they really feel passionate about. And tonight I sat here and listened because I took my kids out of MPS. I homeschool my children. I know, it's okay. I'm just talking about me. But what I'm saying is, when you got the highest paid superintendent and the lowest grades. Did y'all hear what I said? The highest pay and the lowest grades. I'm gonna tell y'all this. And it's a saying that we have when we out here, when we are disgruntled, we want change. It goes, hey, hey, ho, ho. Keith Posley has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho.
Excuse me.
Has got to go.
Turn your mic off. No, we gotta.
There's something called recall.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I counted the votes. How it's not a lot of votes to recall them. Y'all didn't, it ain't like 1,000 people came out to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So the recalls would be simple. All we're saying is tonight we're letting you know how we feel, but it's a lot of people in here that I see that hand out paperwork that do door to door now. We're gonna be in y'all districts.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna take y'all jobs.
Mm-hmm. Labette Austin. Labette Austin. Excuse me, please. Could we quieten down? So we have a couple more speakers to go. Ladette Austin. Okay. Orrin Driscoll. Orrin Driscoll.
He just talked.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's it.
Madam President, we do have some virtual speakers on the platform.
Quiet, please. We can't hear. What did you say, Madam Secretary?
We do have some virtual speakers. I wonder if I could call their names just to see if they've come on.
Oh, okay.
The first virtual speaker is Angela Lucas Foley.
I also had a slip for her, and she didn't come forward.
Angela. Okay, she did fill out a speaker slip too, so maybe I'll move on to the next person and we can call her again. The next speaker is Deborah Keither.
All right.
Deborah Keither, if you could please state your name and spell your last name.
Hello, this is Deb Keither. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Last name is spelled Kuether. And I have to say that everybody has been extremely respectful this evening, considering what has been perpetrated on this community. It has really been sugar-coated. The board knew and has been told about this for at least 5 years, and there are receipts.
5 years.
What is most concerning is that instead of working from a place of resolution and repair, you decided to maliciously attack the people who were reaching out to show you ways of repair and restructuring. That is some of the worst and most despicable behavior that one can do to another. And that comes right from Keith Posley. You were explicitly told, this is not conjecture, but there was a direct line of facts that could have been rectified if only you would have spent the energy and attention on resolution versus retaliation. You did not. You doubled down and you ignored. Each of you has a contribution, and I have the direct line of your contribution, and I will be holding you for that charge. Yes, there are issues. So to say, oh, this is the way it's always been, that may be true, but we're talking about now. We're talking about those we can see after we have told them, write this path, and you have proceeded on a path of unlawful behavior towards our children. You have also brought in and discriminatorily the speakers that are here. You have allowed certain people like Posley's pastor to speak an extra 2.5 minutes, and he was not addressing the directors. He was interacting with the the audience. How ridiculous is that? What say does he have? He's extremely biased. He hasn't read the things we've read. He doesn't know the law that we're referring to. If you fall for that, and the religious leaders that are saying these types of things who at the detriment of our city's children, then you have a further charge on your heart. We are not going to coddle you or the superintendent, and we do not accept.
Thank you. The next speaker on the virtual platform is Shavonda Cizan. Shavonda Cizan, please state your name, spell your last name, and give your comments.
Black church folks believe in you. Ain't that something?
I would like to have my full time. I noticed that mics are being cut off. So before I start, I'd just like to request that my mic is not cut off ahead of my 2 minutes. My name is Shavonda Sisson. Last name is spelled Sisson. My remarks will be pretty short and clear to the point. I'm a very proud mother of 3 MPS graduates. I was always a very active parent, serving as the school governance council chair, Title I parent. I volunteered as often as possible and built relationships with other parents and teachers, as well as school administrators. In between the years of 2020 and 2022, I worked with community members to fill the gaps left by inept and dishonest school leadership. My plan for myself this year was to take a much-needed and deserved break to rest more and focus on myself following the graduation of my youngest child. Unfortunately, this is the second school board meeting I have been found it imperative for me to attend because this board and the district leadership has found themselves still unable to handle the business of caring for our most important resources, our children and their futures. If a student found themselves so far behind on their responsibilities, they would face severe discipline. If a cashier at McDonald's failed to actually count their drawer at the end of the night, they would be fired and walked out. This board has shown themselves to be incapable of handling the leadership roles that they have been put into. Even watching the way that the community has been handled tonight has angered me to the point where I was ready to leave my house and come down there and be in person. Y'all have cut people off. You've been disrespectful. You allow somebody's pastor just to get up here and do what? He has not been aware of what's been going on. That was clear by the testimony he attempted to give tonight. This board needs to handle their business and hold school leadership accountable. And lastly, before I get to that point, and whatever Angela and Jamal Harris say do, that's what y'all need to do, okay? And lastly, Keith Posley is a big bow tie wearing, lion-ass clown. Fire him and get his pastor out of there today. Thank you and good night.
Sounds like the speaker has finished. One more call for Angela Lucas Foley. Angela Lucas Foley? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, take over! Mayor, take over! We don't need no mayor.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and give your testimony.
Angela Lucas Foley, Lucas Foley.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Posley, President Herndon, Board Directors. Before I begin, I would like to remind the listening audience and the body seated above me, Board Governance, Board Directors, and the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, you are at the service of the citizens of Milwaukee. If this district was a food chain, the citizens of Milwaukee would be at the top. You have heard from us for 2 hours tonight. You have heard from some of us for years. In case you missed it, I've been here before. My first public testimony, albeit virtual, was October 2020. For the last 43 months, I have testified consistently, mostly at the Parent and Community Engagement Committee, but a spattering of other places as well. Sometimes I was the only speaker on the item. Sometimes I was one of many beloved community members. With rare exception, we have all been dismissed, chattered about, and perhaps even labeled as annoying. Tonight, however, is a new night. I am a proud parent of 2 MPS scholars. I am a white educator. I am a proud member of the Aspiring Anti-Racist White Educator Organization and a member of the Equity Coalition, some of whom are standing behind me. Tonight's testimony is presented on behalf of Are We and the entire Equity Coalition. Everything I am about to say can be corroborated through public records on the proceedings and the minutes of this great body. Let me take you back to 1937. Let America Be America Again by Langston Hughes. Before you tell me that this doesn't fit and silence my microphone again, listen closely to the words of this black man, this freedom fighter, because gosh, it sounds eerily familiar. Who said the free? Not me. Surely not me. The millions on relief today, the millions who have nothing for our pay, for all the dreams we've dreamed, and all the songs we've sung, and all the flags we've held, and all the flags we've hung. The millions who have nothing for our pay except the dream that is almost dead today. Sure, call me any ugly name you choose. The steel of freedom does not stain. From those who live like leeches on the people's lives, we must take back our land again. Milwaukee, America, the MPS board. The posters you see around tonight, they are from our community. They are from 1964. Freedom Schools, a boycott of this great district. What has changed? Nothing. Who will change? There is a huge mismatch of what we are being sold and what we are receiving. I ask this great board of directors, are you playing the community as the fool?
Madam President, that was the last request to speak that we had.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item on the agenda?
The next item is item 4, possible action concerning the administrative assignment status of the superintendent. The recommendation is that the board retire to closed session to consider this item.
I will accept a motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85 paren 1, paren B through C, F, and G. May I have a motion, please? Director O'Halloran.
I move that we go into closed session to consider the item pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.851B, C, F, and G.
Madam Secretary, a second, please. Director Simpson.
I second the motion.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director O'Halloran to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent B, parent C, parent F, and parent G. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson. Aye. Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye. Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes. The motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board may adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.
So noted.
At this time, the board is reconvening and opening it up. And at this point, I am asking for a motion to announce the decision was made in the executive session. So, Madam Secretary.
Madam President, make sure mic is on. I just want to make sure that Director Zambor is still on the virtual platform. Director Zambor, can you confirm? Director Zambor? For the benefit of the listening audience, Director Zambor had joined virtually in the closed session, but it appears that we don't have her connected. So, Madam President, then you would need a motion made and seconded?
Yes, Director O'Halloran.
I move to accept the resignation agreement of Dr. Posley.
Could I have a second, please? Director Jackson?
I second.
Thank you.
I didn't catch who seconded that.
Director Jackson.
I believe technology is trying to connect Director Zambor. We have a motion made and seconded. I don't want to have dead air. So I will call the roll very slowly. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Zambor. And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
Madam President, there are no other items of business before the body. Oh.
Administration.
President Herndon and members of the board, it has truly been an honor to serve Milwaukee's children for almost 35 years. It has truly been an honor to service this community of staff, families, and I just want to get this opportunity to say thank you. And to the board, thank you for trusting in me to serve the Milwaukee Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, for the benefit of the listening audience, Director Zambor has joined.
Okay.
There are no other items of business before the board.
Thank you. With that, this meeting is adjourned.